It's 5 p.m. A quorum is present, and the meeting has been duly called and posted in the time and manner required by law. I would like to invite Ryan Smallwood, lead pastor of Aldersgate Church, to open the meeting with a prayer and lead the audience in the pledges to the American and the Texas flag. Mr. Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Curry. Thank you, trustees. It's a great invitation to be here. Let's join together in prayer. God, we come to you this evening, and we are grateful for the opportunity to be in this place, to be about your work. Thank you that you remind us as we gather here this evening that you knew we would be in this place, talking about this business before we ever did. So thank you for the reminder of your sovereignty and your power. And God, I thank you for these that you have called to this bench. Thank you that Scripture reminds us that you have ordained them to this place for such a time as this. And God, your word also calls us to follow their lead, to honor and respect them. And so, God, we pray that that would be the case. God, we thank you for the work that has been before them, that is before them, and that will continue to come before them. And in that, we pray that they would lead with honesty and integrity, and that you would give them discernment and wisdom. God, we thank you for this school district. We thank you for those that you have put in place of leadership in our schools. God, I pray specifically tonight for those that are part of this school system and even our entire community who may struggle this weekend with heat or other needs that they may have. And God, we just pray that you would be the provider of all things, and that even as we conduct business tonight, you are working to make sure your children have everything that they need, including us here. So God, tonight as the business is conducted, God, we just want to honor and glorify you in that. In places where we do not agree, may there be charity, and may you work in the midst of our time together here this evening. We pray it in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. Let's begin with the pledge to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And the pledge to the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smallwood.
Thank you.
Always a great way to start.
Yep.
Like to move on to my least favorite annual event, acknowledgement of January as School Board Recognition Month. And in that, I would like to invite Amanda Castro, Chris, the Executive Director of Communications and Community Relations. That does not mean I don't appreciate you.
You've worked so hard. Good evening, Dr. Rollo, President Curry, and Board of Trustees. As you know, January is our School Board Recognition Month, and while we're thankful for your service throughout the year, this month is an opportunity for all of us who are part of the Lubbock Independent School District family to officially recognize the important work you do as trustees. This year's theme, Our Future is Public, highlights not only your dedication to the future of every student who attends our schools, but also the broader impact of public education and how your efforts will help shape the future of our community, state, and beyond. In recognition of your dedication to our district, students, families, and staff, I'm honored to introduce the mayor of our wonderful city, Mark McBrayer, who is here this evening for a special proclamation.
Happy to be here. I come before you as a product of the public schools here in Lubbock, Roscoe Wilson, Hodges, Atkins, Monterey, and so I know how important it is. I'm also married to a woman who for 29 years was a teacher in the public system, and so public education is very important to me. I think we all realize in a nation like we live in, a city like we live in, where we have elected officials, we depend on an educated public to hold us accountable for what we do. And so the education of our public is so vitally important in that aspect, but it's also just important. You are teammates with us as a city in trying to make this a great place for people to live. You know, I've always believed that one of the most important things for people when they're choosing where to live, where to move, is what are the schools like? And is there a school that my kid is going to be comfortable in? So your job here is so critical to making this city a wonderful place for people to live. I don't envy your job at all. I think you have a tougher job than I've got. I think that the position of being a school board member is probably tougher than being on the city council. The only thing I know that's tougher is being on a church board, you know, and so that's probably the toughest one. But I do appreciate each one of you for your dedication to this, for willing to take that mantle up and serve in this way. I know how important that is. I know how much time it takes. I know how much you have to read and how hard some of your decisions are. And so we appreciate you. So I want to recognize you today as the mayor of this city, recognizing how important you are to us. So let me read this special recognition. I always say, you know, it's got a lot of whereases because it's written with lawyerly language. And so I'm going to try to deliver it with all the solemnity as required here. So whereas public education systems work admirably to make sure all children's needs are met regardless of their background and unique circumstances, and the opportunity for each child to learn, think, problem solve, and interact socially continues to be of utmost importance for our public education systems. And whereas local school boards play crucial roles in providing children with the best education and accommodating their needs and equipping students with the tools and the resources they will need to be successful inside and outside of the classroom, school boards empower students, teachers, and staff in a school district by working alongside them to create a powerful learning environment where children can learn and grow. And whereas school boards exhibit never-ending commitment to the future of Lubbock by offering quality education to future generations, giving children a safe space to ask questions, think new thoughts, and down the road to graduate with a sense of purpose and preparedness to carve out their niche, their special niche in this world. And whereas it's important to recognize the Lubbock Independent School District board members for the continuous dedication and commitment to our children and celebrate them as the passionate leaders I know you all are and advocates for all who call Lubbock ISD their educational home. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and city council of the great city of Lubbock, hereby declare the month of January to be School Board Recognition Month in Lubbock, and we urge all our citizens to join us in recognizing the hard work of the Lubbock ISD Board of Trustees and their dedication to nurturing, developing, and inspiring every child every day and creating an educational system that continues to meet the needs of our children. Dated this 22nd day of January 2026. I appreciate you all more than you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor McBrayer. We appreciate your time this evening providing this special recognition for our trustees, and now we'd like to present a special video message from some of our students across our district.
The Board of Trustees is made up of passionate leaders who are elected by our fellow community members.
Our trustees are responsible for making decisions that affect the entire district and our local community.
They set goals and priorities for our district.
Create policies that will help us reach those goals and are the public face of our school district.
Last year, their efforts helped pass the 2025 bond.
This year, they are continuing work on our district optimization framework. Both of these projects means that our school district will continue to thrive and be able to serve the thousands of students who attend our schools. With a district as large and as diverse as ours, the job is not always easy. But our trustees work hard every day to make sure the decisions they make are in the best interest of the students, teachers, staff, and families who call Lubbock ISD their educational home.
We are grateful for our wonderful trustees who volunteer their time and expertise to guide the direction of our district and invest in the future of workforce, our communities, and the Texas economy.
Thank you.
Thank you, trustees.
Thank you, trustees.
Thank you, trustees.
Thank you, trustees. Our future is public, and because of you, our future is bright.
So as we conclude this recognition, I want to take a moment to thank our Lubbock ISD TV crew, along with all of our students, staff, and community members who helped us show our appreciation. The students you saw in our video are just a handful of the more than 20,000 students we serve as the largest district in our area. They're among the 5.5 million students in Texas public schools who rely on the volunteer service of board members just like you. Providing a quality public education is the best way to ensure every child every day has the opportunity to learn, grow, and thrive, and strong public schools ultimately provide a strong foundation for a healthy community. Your service is the link between our classrooms and our community, and we're so grateful that you've chosen to be part of our Lubbock ISD Board of Trustees. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you both. Our next item of business is citizen comments. Before we begin, I would like to review the provisions in board policy governing the procedures for public participation as reflected in BED Local. The audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on the matters being considered by the board. I will remind members of the board that the citizen comments section of our board meeting is for the purpose of listening to patrons, but we are not allowed to comment or debate on issues that are not posted. No presentation shall exceed 3 minutes, and a timer will go off at the completion of 3 minutes. I would ask that you conclude your comments within the time limit allowed. As I call your name, if you would come up to the podium and state your name for the record. I'd like to start with Stuart Williams. Okay, I'll come back to that at the end. Daryl Ellison.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Daryl Ellison, community member, member of NAACP Legal Redress, parent of an LISD student or LISD students, and just overall concerned person. I rise up to speak to you about two things. One of them has to do with Coach Tamarick Courtney from Estacado High School. He is a well-loved coach in our region, in our district. He is supported by the students. He supports the students. He's made some big changes that have been an example to our students here in Lubbock. And unfortunately, he found himself in a situation, an unfortunate set of circumstances that has his contract potentially being considered for termination. And I rise to ask you to please do not terminate his contract. Let's find some sort of way to let this situation be a learning opportunity. As we all know, everybody has things that happen, and from all of the details that are swirling around, some of them true, some of them false, I know there's a bigger picture that we have to consider. But I also need to emphasize my urgency that we be consistent with the way that we handle this case. Let's not use this situation as an example to make out of one person, because I feel like if we move forward with terminating his contract, there's a whole list of people from LISD that would need to go. I'm not above starting to name some of them. So I just want to make that point to you. Hope you consider that as we move forward in this process. The other thing I'd like to rise to talk to you guys about is the optimization project, or the optimization plan that's going to be discussed later today. I am thrilled that the district would consider doing what we can to be sure that we're good stewards of the funds that we have to spend and that we're doing the best for our students. But again, I feel like we are in a situation where decisions being made by this body feels like it's taking a hatchet to East Lubbock. This is not the first time that's been brought up. I'm going to continue to bring it up. Usually I sit on the sidelines and listen and just try to, see where things land. But I'm a product, or I live in East Lubbock. My wife works in East Lubbock. I have family members there. It's very important, near and dear to my heart. And I just feel like whatever we do, there's got to be some sort of way to become good stewards of our resources and not take the hatchet to East Lubbock, as has been the case every single time. Feels like there's disparate impact, and I feel like we ought to be able to find some sort of way to come to the results that we need to be able to be good stewards and yet not leave us in a situation where the East Side is always losing. I know it can be done. I've worked in healthcare where you have to make something out of nothing. So I don't want to hear any excuses about that it can't be done in education, because I know that it can. And so I'm expecting all of you to do so. If not, I will be mobilizing all that I can to ensure that we get the outcomes that we need to have. We got to do better than what we've been doing, and I'm expecting more of all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Phyllis Gant-Gambles to the podium.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am Phyllis Gant-Gambles, Lubbock Chapter NAACP, Estacado High School graduate, and a community member and leader. I too rose to speak on behalf of Coach TC, a young man who has done 180 degrees to turn his life around, a young man who our students depend on his leadership. Why would Durham deliver a bus and no keys? Why would our staff, our students, our team, our administration all be put in a predicament to try to figure out how are we going to get to Lubbock Cooper on a Tuesday to play a very important by-district game? I believe that our coaches and our team at Estacado took a leadership step up. They put things in place to get our kids out to Cooper to play the game. Nobody intended to do anything out of the norm. I've done research. That's who I am. I love research. And this has been done before. Many times, baseball players have written in community members, coaches, family members, whoever was going to that game, these kids rode with them because for whatever reason, we did not provide ample transportation. I don't condone wrong. I don't care who you are. So Coach TC and his shortcomings, we as a community, we're working with him on that. But I refuse to watch this young man's career be taken when Lubbock ISD hired him without a license. And yet 3 years later, we make him not having a license be an issue. I call no on that. I also call no on the fact that our district superintendent stated he was on a paid administrative leave pending investigation. That is her job. That letter is dated January 7th. Then why was he called and harassed by our HR on the 8th and on the 9th, demanding that he resign or be terminated on Monday the 12th? So somewhere we're not communicating. Somewhere we could have handled this situation better. But if we're gonna be terminating, I'm like, Mr. Ellison, let's get everybody. Let's go to Durham Transportation, who delivered a bus and no keys. And then an administrator for Durham answered the phone when our guys called frantic and said, my on-call person is not answering. That person needs to be terminated. Let's terminate whoever should have answered the phone at Lubbock ISD, and they didn't answer. Let's terminate them. If we're gonna make this the end all, it's gotta happen to everybody. And then we've gotta reach back and we've gotta get those people who also drove with students in their cars. One teacher getting a DWI. I'm a researcher. I've got all the documents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Natasha Johnson to the podium. Hi.
My name's Natasha Johnson. I'm a parent of one of the TC's students. He plays on his JV team, and so I'm gonna speak on behalf of what he told me. So my son rode with him to the game, and I was aware of it. I approved it. It was fine. We're all like family. After the game, my son got in my car. He was upset about how things were handled. Sorry.
Take your time.
The aggression he felt was unnecessary. He said, Mama, they wouldn't even let Coach DC make a phone call. It felt they were trying to slam him in front of us. They also asked for our name and ID numbers, even though it was clear that they were there for just the scheduled game. I was raised in Dunbar, Manhattan Heights. I know this community. I know the kids. I know the families. Too often, our kids are judged before they even speak. Coach TC came from this community, this environment. He graduated. He went to college. He chose to come back and invest in our young men. The proof of the impact is right here, our boys. Removing someone that doesn't protect our kids. It takes away the role model they need the most. Coach TC chose to lead, to give back, and to stand for these kids, and that should matter. That's it. Thank you.
I'd like to invite Chris Dial to the podium. No. I'd like to invite Tony Wagner to the podium.
Kind of weird being up here like this. Usually I'm getting an award or something, or a team's getting an award, but this is important to me. I've been a part of this district now 26 years, and I've coached a lot of guys. And TC's one of the ones that I've coached. His senior year, I kicked him off our basketball team, you know, to teach him a lesson, and all he did was go to college and finish and graduate. So I drove to Oklahoma and watched him walk across the stage, and I told him that, you know, I would forever be here for him. And then I watched him live a lifestyle that wasn't conducive to productivity, and he changed it 360 degrees. And I invited him to, he hadn't got in no real trouble to where I didn't think he couldn't pass a background check, and he did. And so we hired him at Estacado. He worked for free, and he coached for free, 3 sports. And, you know, he still lives over there, shops at the United. And the gang representation in our school has changed since he's been in our building. The kids have someone that they see every single day that lived that lifestyle, and it didn't create the person that he needed to be, and changed it. And I watched kids that never went to class, their freshman, sophomore years, that'll go to class now and sit there and not cause a problem because of the respect they have for Coach Courtney. I watched kids cry in my office uncontrollably after this incident, wondering what's going to happen to him. You know, I cried. You know, I mean, I feel like he's a kid that has done everything LISD's way. He persevered challenges that a lot of people would have folded under, and changed it into a positive, to the point to where he coaches our JV team, and I've had 0 parent complaints of phone calls this season, not a single one. And 2 of my coaches are head coaches in LISD right now, and I had parent complaints on those guys. And I just want to say, I mean, I know he made a mistake and he should have taken care of those tickets, but I can promise you he's going to be a better asset to our district and to our kids. I was that person, and I'm thankful that Wayland Baptist showed me grace in 1993 when I got pulled over New Year's Eve and allowed me to continue to coach. I'm thankful that Plainview High School hired me in spite of what happened that New Year's Eve, and I'm thankful that LISD hired me in spite of what happened at New Year's Eve, and I became something that our kids could look up to. And I've had plenty of opportunities to leave, and I love East Lubbock. I love LISD. I love Estacado High School. I love the kids who walk through those aisles every day. I don't miss school. I don't miss school. I'm at that school when school is out. Those kids call me, Coach, we need, Coach, can we come up there for a little while? And yes, and I drive to East Side, and I let them in there, and I sit in my office, or I sit in that gym, and I let them stay as long as they need to stay, because I know they need a safe place. And we got coaches on our staff that understand that, and I just want to keep them. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach. I'll ask another time, is there a Stuart Williams here to speak? No? Okay. Do we have any members of the public who signed in to address the board regarding any posted board agenda items?
We do not.
Okay. Thank you all for your comments. I will now open the floor for trustee comments. Not all at once.
Well, Mayor, I want to thank you you have lots of meetings, and thank you for coming today and reading that. And we have been on lots of church boards together, and I would agree with you. So anyway, thank you. We appreciate the sweet video, and that was nice of this district to do that. I will reiterate the theme this year is the future is public. And we've quoted this before, but I think it's important to say 94% of students in Lubbock County will attend a public school. The future of our state, the great economy that has been created is fueled on the backs of public education. And so an investment in public education is an investment in our community, the growth of our community, as the mayor said, and it's certainly an investment in the continuing prosperity of our state. So while we appreciate the recognition and it's nice, it's the teachers and the administrators that do their work every single day and make sure students have a pathway to success. So I think we want to thank them.
Thank you very much, Mayor. It was good to hear you say what you had to say. And as Nancy Sharp was saying, our future, where is that future? In the students, in the families, in the citizens of Lubbock. And I want to say thank you to the LCTA for giving us this.
Thank you, Mayor McBriar. Thank you for all that you do. And I do think you have a hard job, so.
I get paid more than y'all do.
You know what? I always say it's priceless what we do. We give these diplomas to these kids, and that's all I could ever ask for. True story. And then, Nancy, you're right. Our students are our future. I've heard some amazing stories here today that are our future, and it's folks that I've just heard today that are students. It's because of them that they are somebody. So I definitely appreciate you guys all coming up to speak. I think that's important to we need to listen. We need to hear you guys loud and clear, and that's our future. Sometimes we make mistakes, I make mistakes, and I'm going to own up to it. I'll be the person to apologize, but definitely a part of future and part of second and third chances. I just have to say that because that is who I am. I will tell you the good, the bad, and the ugly, but I want to thank everybody, the district, for always wanting to do something for us trustees, and this is the first year after 10 years that this is it, because we always have so much to talk about, but I want them to realize the staff, the students, it's not that we don't appreciate it, we really do, because honestly, boots on the ground are our teachers and our staff, so I want to thank them for everything that they do day in and day out. So may God continue to bless our staff and our students and parents and community. Thanks, guys.
I just want to thank you for your service. You were amazing volunteers, and thank you for leading the way.
Thank y'all very much.
For those of you who don't know what the LCTA is, it's Lubbock Classroom Teachers Association.
We'll now move on to financials. Approval of budget summary reports, budget amendments, and budget transfers, statements of taxes collected, and the investment reports for November 2025 and December 2025. Dr. Wilkins.
Good evening, Dr. Rollo, President Curry, Board of Trustees. We have a lengthy packet here, and it's because it contains 2 months, 2 short months, so we put them together in one packet. So I'll go through the month of November pretty quickly so we can get to the meat in December. The first one you see, it's our expenditures over our revenues, and we were on pace in November. We'll go to the next page. It's our food service. And like I said, I'm gonna go kind of quickly through November. Then the next one is our debt service fund. Moving on to the next one, capital expenditures. You're gonna start seeing some stuff coming out of that because we're gonna have some demolition start taking place and some asbestos abatement and some things like that. Moving on, we have our Head Start program. This one we're expending out because we end in February on that one. Moving on, budget amendments, fairly slow coming into the end of the year, so slows down a little bit. Same with budget transfers. And then we're gonna get into our taxes. You can see that we've collected 5.21% at this time during the year. That'll pick up as the year continues. The next one is the one from LCAD. And then you have where we track it by month. You have our investments. We're tracking along at 4.27%. The average right now in the state is about 3.9, so we're still doing really well on our returns in investments. Then we have our cash flow statement. And then we'll stop and we'll get to where we discuss on the December ones. So in the December financials here, which is a culmination including those that we just went through, we're at about 53% expended. The reason we're just a little over on the half of the year is because we do have some front-loaded expenditures, and then also towards the end of the year, purchases slow down, so that evens out throughout the year. So moving on, food service. Food service is doing very well. Aramark and Miss Evans has hit the ground running, working with them and doing a great job with Aramark and drinking through a fire hose right off the bat with that, because that's a tough job managing that, and she does a great job. Debt service, we're starting to see some more movement there. And so the reason we're starting to see some movement, we're making some bond payments. That's good. So we move on to capital projects, and that's where we're also seeing some movement. We've got some things that we've started doing with the bond, and so that money is now starting to be spent. Head Start, we're nearly through with that grant. February will be here before you know it, and we will be expending all that grant, and then we'll be starting a new one. So Ms. Rodello does a great job with Head Start and manages that very prudently. Moving on to our budget amendments. Most of this is going to be recognizing of revenue, and then we have a few amendments for concerning the bond, the capital projects that you see over to the far right. Moving on to our transfers, we have a few budget transfers, and most of that is always to do with our I Teach Texas staff that we use for them. Then we have our investments. You can see I told you we were at 4.27 in November. We're down to 4.07 in December. That fluctuates a little bit, but so does the state average at 3.8, so we're still doing really well. And I can't say it enough for Plains Capital. They do really well in helping us manage those investments. So our cash flow report, that's just for your information. And then the last part of the packet is our enrollment, and you can see that we're still hovering around that 900 student decrease that we had at the beginning of the year. The one thing I will draw your attention to is the last page. Our attendance has dropped off just a little bit, but we're at 91.6, and so hopefully we can regain a little bit of that before the end of the year. So, but the sickness has really hit us hard here lately. It has not been kind to us. So I'll answer any questions you have about the financials.
We've talked about this in past meetings, but our rate of return through Plains is well above market. If you pay attention to CD rates and just interest-bearing rates, I mean, really good rates these days are in the 3s. So for us to be making north of 4% still is outstanding. And we've got almost $250 million of a bond issue sitting in basically a checking account earning, and I know we're going to start spending money here pretty soon, but we're earning $10 million a year in interest on that.
Correct, yes, sir.
Which gets to go back into bond-related projects, which is awesome. So just wanted to point that out.
To date, I believe it's around $3.8 million we've earned in interest on that bond account. So that's all going back into bond projects.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Good time in committee, so I think that's good.
The only thing I'd add, just, and I know my colleagues know this, but for the teachers or staff who listen in, the three of y'all that are on this, I do want to note we adjusted the budget and infused another $1 million into the healthcare plan, and so that's money that the district didn't budget with respect to healthcare. I mean, we budget what we think it needs to be. We are self-insured, but that's $1 million that we're not coming after the teachers, the staff, their families for, and so. I know that insurance is stinking expensive these days, but I hope you realize we continue to try to do everything possible to not pass the buck on the insurance. So for whatever that's worth. And then the other thing I would just say for those that are listening, specifically the parents, as Dr. Wilkins brought up percentage of attendance, that is how the state pays us. So it doesn't matter how many kids we have, it matters what the average daily attendance is. So if we've got, on this, you've got darn near 8.5% of our student population that's missing, all the teachers that are there for that 8.5%, we still have to pay them. We still have to pay the electricity, et cetera. And so that is why we constantly harp on attendance. For that reason, to ensure that we can pay our people, but also kids missing class can get behind extremely fast, especially in the demands of that students have and teachers have. And so it's vital for our students to be in the classroom. So appreciate you, Dr. Wilkins.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to approve the financial reports for November 2025 and December 2025 as presented? Do I have a motion and a second? All those in favor, please indicate by a show of hands. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to the consent agenda, consider board approval of the minutes for the regular meeting and workshop held December 11th, 2025. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the December 2025 board meeting as presented?
So moved.
I got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by a show of hands. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Next on the agenda is academic action items. Approval of the 2026-2027 school calendar. I'd like to invite Beth Barrage, not Bridges, Executive Director of Leadership and Professional Development, to present.
While Beth is coming forward, I just want to take a moment and thank her for her work on this. Somehow the school calendar ended up in leadership and professional development several years ago, and it has just remained there, but she's done a great job of collecting feedback and working with the DEIC calendar committee as well as other stakeholders for input. And so, Beth, I just want to take a moment and thank you.
Beth, feel free to fly high on this one.
So here to bring forward a proposal for the 26-27 academic calendar. Just our two big things that have to happen in this calendars. We have to have 187 staff days and at least 75,600 minutes of instruction for students. And as you may remember, in December, we brought forward 3 options that we took to the community for feedback. And the results of those, we had 1,700 responses, which was 360 more than last year. So I always like that we get more responses. And you can see the breakdown of the responses that we got, who they came from. And the risk we always take with 3 choices is we get more of a split vote. So you can see here we still had a majority of 41%. And I didn't put it in a slide, but I did dig into each of those categories of responses, and they all matched this same basic choice. So every subgroup agreed that option A was the choice of majority. And so again, it has 187 staff days. It actually has over 2,000 additional instructional minutes. So that gives us some banked minutes in case we need them for weather days. We also included 3 bad weather days. So we are covered on that if we have that. It includes 16 professional development and staff planning days throughout the year. It has a full goals day for teachers to meet with parents and communicate with them. And then 2 early release days, one at the end of each semester. And there's a very tiny view of what it looks like, but I think you also have it in your handout. So we, as the DEIC, they are bringing forward the recommendation that we adopt option A as our 26-27 academic calendar. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, colleagues? Thoughts, concerns?
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it.
And I do want to take a moment and just share. It's nice to have those banked minutes built in case of bad weather. Messaging is going out as we speak, but we have made the decision to cancel school tomorrow, but we will not have to use a makeup day because we have enough minutes in our calendar, at least for one.
We're good for
We're
tomorrow.
We're good for tomorrow.
Yeah. Thanks for the good information you've sent on these calendars. It's been helpful.
Some
Yeah, Beth,
students in the room thanking you for that.
We know that some of the tasks that are assigned are not as fun as others, but it's also an important an item. So appreciate you and the committee's time. Do I have a motion to approve the 2026-2027 school calendar as presented?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion, a second. All those in favor, please indicate by show of hands. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to approval of appointment of school health advisory council members and officers. Dr. Rollo?
Yes, so this is a council that is required in Texas Education Code. And as you guys know, with new legislation, anytime we have a council or a committee that's doing work that will bring recommendations to you guys, that the board approve the people who are serving on this council. This council has been meeting, but we're kind of doing this a little bit after they have started their work this year. But you can see that Misty, Dr. Kami Finger, and Dr. Cecily Alexander and Shane Anderson serve as district representatives. We're grateful. Dr. Catherine Wells serves as our chair. And then you can see all of the other folks that serve on this committee, and we're grateful for their service. This is a volunteer committee that meets to discuss health-related issues, curriculum around health-related issues to make sure that we're serving our students well. Happy to answer any questions.
Do I have a motion to approve the appointment of the school health advisory council members and officers as presented?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion, a second. All those in favor, please indicate by show of hands. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to approval of revisions to the local policies included in Texas Association of School Boards Update 126.
Yes, so you have had a first and second reading. I want to give tremendous thanks to Misty because she has led the charge in this, and this is all of the changes that are coming out, well, not even all of them, but some of the changes that are coming out of this last legislative session that had more bills related to education than ever in Texas history. And so you saw Misty's notebook on her counter here for those readings, and it was front and back, a very full notebook. And then our team that has made sure that the policies and practices within our district are aligned. So we are bringing update 126 to you for your final consideration and approval, but we are making one exception. DH local is a local policy that regards employee standards of conduct. We had some feedback of some additions to make to that, and we are running that through legal counsel to make sure that we are good in making those adjustments. We do not have heartburn with them, but we want to make sure that they are good with TASB and with our own local counsel, and so that is being done. And so we are asking you to approve 126 with the exception of DH local, and we'll bring that back to you at the February 12th board meeting.
And thank you for giving that a little bit more time to think about some options. So thank you.
Thanks for bringing.
So this is posted with DH listed, so when the motion is made, we'll need to say with the exception of DH local.
Do I have a motion to approve the revisions to local policies in TASB Update 126 as presented with the exception of DH local to be finalized at a later time?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion, a second. All those in favor, please indicate by show of hands. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to administrative action items, approval of the 2026-2027 Public Information Act calendar.
Yes, so whenever we approve our academic calendar, which you just did, so thank you, we also are required to approve a Public Information Act calendar for this same school year. And this just allows us to choose which days we count as holidays when we are counting timelines around public information. happy to answer any questions. We can have no more than 10 non-business days in our timelines.
And thank you. That seems like an easy thing, but it is not. So thanks to Amanda and her team for having to juggle around that.
Thank you for doing that, Amanda.
Do I have a motion to approve the 2026-2027 Public Information Act calendar as presented?
So moved.
I have a motion, a second. All those in favor, please indicate by show of hands. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to approval of district optimization framework. I'd like to invite Ken Casares, Chief Innovation Officer, to present.
And while Ken's coming up and we're getting his presentation ready, I want to just publicly thank Ken and his team. And I want to thank you as a Board of Trustees because you charged us after our last round of very difficult decisions around school consolidations to come up with a way that is much more transparent, forward-thinking, around a framework that could help guide future decisions related to this with our declining enrollment. So Ken, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rollo. Thank you, Mr. Board President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Rollo. Today, I come before you with an action item regarding our district optimization framework. Just a reminder that this is a process that's designed to ensure that we're offering all of our students and staff a high-quality experience through the deployment of resources in alignment with district and community priorities. So just a review of the timeline. We began the process of planning for getting feedback from our community back in August and September. In October, we held town halls at each of the district locations in many of the high schools. We also offered a virtual option where we got feedback from the community as well. In November, we had stakeholder engagement and the QSA was presented to the board. In December, we took some of the members of the participants who attended the town halls, asked them if they would like to participate in a focus group. And so we had focus group meetings that were scheduled in December where we got additional feedback about what the rubric could look like and what that could look like moving forward for our district. We talked about the thresholds, we talked about contextual factors, and we also had input on a potential dashboard that we're creating for the framework. We're here in July to get approval of this, I'm sorry, January. Excuse me. We're not that far ahead.
Wishful thinking, Ken.
I know. I'm just kidding. In January, we'll have the board adoption of the decision-making framework if you so choose. And then in the winter and the spring, we will provide more stakeholder engagement around the process of what this optimization framework would look like, build awareness, and then also publish the data dashboard for the public. And in the fall of 2026, the potential first optimization decisions using this framework. So again, some of the key themes from our engagement with the community is that they understand that difficult decisions are necessary given the enrollment and other trends facing our district today, the importance of communication, clarity, and transparency around this framework. Also making sure that we look at multiple years of data, not just one snapshot, but multiple years. We went back and forth with some of the committee members, but we decided on the 3-year average because we want to make sure we're guarding against unique circumstances that may occur one year to the next. We also want to make sure that we include things that are important to families when considering schools, such as making sure we have safe and friendly school environments, the importance of teachers connecting with students, extra learning supports for our students, and also mental and emotional health services that our students need. So our proposed primary metrics for this framework is to look at overall enrollment, facility utilization, and per pupil spending. So the threshold that we're looking at for the overall enrollment is any campus with an enrollment of 450 students or less based on a 3-year average. And I want to also clarify that when we're looking at this right now, we're only looking at elementary and middle school. High school is not being looked at all and in this process at this time. It is only elementary and middle school, so we're looking at 450 as that baseline based on a 3-year average. So again, we just want to make sure that we're providing an equitable school experience for our students when we look at enrollment. When we talk about facility utilization, we're looking at a school utilizing 70% or less of that facility capacity as defined by Lubbock ISD. We had a study done in 23-24 where we have a baseline of that facility usage for our campuses. So that is that baseline, and that will be updated every 5 years. But again, we'll be looking at that based on a 3-year average of those campuses. The next is per pupil spending. Again, we want to make sure that we are being good stewards of public funds, And so the baseline there would be a school with a per pupil spending more than 5% above the district average based on a 3-year average as well. So those are the 3 primary metrics. If a campus were to hit all 3 of those metrics, then they would also have to look at some alternative options as well. We want to make sure that the board considers some other things in regards to just a campus. We want to make sure that they're also making sure that if a move has to be made, then the students are not facing significant geographic boundaries when we're looking at potential campuses to move students into. And then we also want to make sure that we are keeping the students together as much as possible, with at least 30% of the students being put together in a campus if that were to happen. We also want to make sure we're looking at other contextual considerations to consider, such as program offerings. If a campus has a very unique offering like STEM, dual language, IB, that be considered as well, especially if they're drawing students from outside of the attendance zone. We want to make sure we're looking at historical context and making sure that the impact of previous district decisions on a specific community, program demand. Also, again, just making sure that we're looking at that as well as student needs. And then also making sure that we're having high quality options available for our students. So our commitments to this implementation timeline is in October, there would be a list of schools that would be published regarding that. If they were to hit all 3 of these metrics, then those campuses would be published for consideration. Then in November, we'd have community engagement at those identified schools. Again, you would have opportunities for dialogue, as well as making sure we're looking at those contextual factors to see if a school needs to be considered for consolidation in the future. Then in December, the board would vote on any closures or consolidations. In January, we'd have the updated dashboard based on information we're getting from PEMS and also the TEA. And then January through August, we would make sure we have support for impacted campuses if we made that decision to close any or consolidate any at that time. We also want to make sure that we have transparent data sharing, so a public-facing dashboard updated annually for all the schools that show performance relative to these primary metrics. And then we also want to make sure that whatever process we do, it's community-centered. There's a clear process for community feedback for any new program elements once the decision is made, and a timeline that allows for input as we plan for implementation. So I do want to share with you the draft of what the dashboard would look like as we're putting this together. Dr. Lane Soberad, who also works in our office is working behind the scenes and putting this together with all the different data sources. There's thousands of data sources that we're looking at. So the first part of the dashboard would be me as a family member or parent or community member would go down, select a campus. They would see the information related to what we're sharing today about the 3 metrics that we're looking at. And then the next tab would also have general information. So all 3 of those primary metrics that we're talking about tonight would be front and center for everyone to be able to look at. You'd see the 3-year averages located there, the change or the difference from the district average in those 3 areas as well. Something else that a lot of family members shared when we talked about the dashboard was wanting to make sure we looked at state accountability, what that looked like. They wanted to see that 3-year average as well. And then we also, and you can't see this here because it's not live right now, but we have a map located there so you can see where your campus is related to other campuses in the district. And then there's a hover bar that would tell you what campus you're hovering over. All those blue dots represent the district campuses, and the red dot would represent the campus you're currently looking at and pulling up. So those are the metrics, and so that's the information I have for you today.
I would like to just kind of take us back a little bit to the why this is so very important. Lubbock ISD offers such a wide variety of options for our students and families. We have a variety of specialty programs throughout the district. Early college, high school, Project Lead the Way, International Baccalaureate, STEM. We have very robust dual language campuses. We have Spanish immersion. We offer so many wonderful CTE options that I would put up against any other district in the state, preparing kids for jobs. In order to be able to continue to have this wide variety of options for our students and families, we have to optimize the resources that we have. And so just to take us back to our why, we know none of these decisions are ever easy, but we're hoping that this provides a clearer pathway to help inform those decisions so that we can continue to be a district that offers so many wonderful programs for our kids to thrive in.
I just want to thank you, Ken. Thank you so much.
Lane, yes.
Dashboard, this is the first of its kind ever. It's very transparent, it's easy for, it's in layman terms, people can understand it, they look at it. And I think that this community that's here currently now, if they go in there and they look at it when it comes up, they're gonna see the ifs, don'ts, what's gonna happen, and where they're gonna be sitting at that time. So when that time comes, don't wait till that time comes, come and meet with whoever you need to meet with to see what is it what we can do that is different. Guess what? It's about enrollment too. And so we need to try to get these kids, and a lot of the enrollment, correct me if I'm wrong, and I should have mentioned that earlier, Wayne, but a lot of our issues are some of our immigration kids. That's what's happening. We are losing a lot of those kiddos, so that's what's happening. So anything, the optimization, I think that it's been misconstrued by some people, misunderstood. I don't think it has to do with communication in any shape or form, because we've had so many meetings and given everybody an opportunity to speak about it. But again, this particular dash that you guys have going on the dashboard, it's going to be phenomenal. So I encourage each and every one of you to keep an eye on this, because it's not, none of this is a done deal. It's all a work in progress. Is that correct in saying that?
Yes, ma'am. It is.
So thank you.
No, you're welcome. Thank you.
And I heard you say community input, community engagement. Trustee Chavez just mentioned that as well. You or Dr. Rollo, can you share what that's looked like over the past several months?
Yes, sir. We started this process back in October with the town halls that were hosted by y'all. We heard from the feedback. We talked about our declining enrollment overall in the district, and we got feedback about what some of those metrics could look like. We had about 159 people who actually signed into the meeting, and we got feedback from all those different meetings, as well as those online meetings that we held through Lubbock ISD TV. But from all those participants, we asked who would like to sit on the focus group. Sent out invitations. We sent out about 80 invitations to people who said they would like to sit on it. We had about 30 who could commit to certain times. So we had 3 different meetings where we had about 30 participants, and we further dived into what that could look like, what the dashboard would look like, and the metrics, and just getting some feedback about, do we look at a single year? Do we look at multiple years? And then how many, if we look at multiple years, how many multiple years do we look at?
And then we also did a survey that went out to all of our families and staff, and was also available for the community members if they don't have children in our schools to participate in. So we had survey results that guided the work as well.
I want to
Go ahead.
just real quick. I want to hit on a figure that you that you mentioned. I've heard a lot in the last 2 years that I've been on this board, or a year and a half, about transparency. Public repeatedly asked for transparency, and I think that's a fair thing to ask for. That we don't need to be making decisions for 25,000 families with 7 people on a dais and a vacuum. This is, as Mayor McBrayer said, as Dr. Rollo said, I mean, our public schools are a huge part of our community. And I'm going to do it tonight again. I've done it before from this dais, but we cannot do this alone. Ken and his team have been working for 6 months in a public-facing way to put this framework together. We were talking about it long before that. When we have a school district with 23,000 students and 159 people show up total to town halls where we're talking about an optimization framework, which is a fancy way of saying this is how we're going to decide if we're going to close schools going forward. No one wants that done in their backyard, and I get that. And that's why I think there's some contextual and historical considerations that we have in there. But I'm imploring and thank you to the community members who are here tonight. Whatever your why is, you're passionate about something, you're engaging. Some of you got up and spoke, and that's not an easy thing to do. It's also not an easy thing to do to sit through a school board meeting. But we need the community to stay engaged and to be engaged. What I hate to see up here is the engagement come when a decision is being made that night or when a decision has already been made. Be a part of the conversation. That's why I'm sitting up here. I'm a parent of 2 Lubbock ISD kids, and I care about their future and I care about their education. That's why I became a part of the conversation. But you don't have to be sitting on this dais to be a part of the conversation. You just got to show up. Call us. My cell phone number is not hard to find.
What is that?
It's not that hard to find. But yeah, thank you for your work, and yeah, go. You know, I hope that those 159 people have gone out and talked about how this decision is being made and what goes into it, because a lot of people were a part of that process.
Jumping off what you said, Mr. Wedeke, I think we have been talking about this for a long time, because I think we surprised the community in the fall of 2024, and we vowed that's not going to happen again. I think this dashboard gives an opportunity for parents and community members to go and see, okay, these are the metrics and these are the things that are going to go into making decisions about schools, and chart their own future. When we have students who choose to go other than the school in their neighborhood, that's a choice that you have. But if you're choosing to go to a charter school in your neighborhood or across town rather than your neighborhood school, that's a choice. But then that also leads to decisions that the district has to make. So I know that the birth rate has driven a lot of our decline in enrollment. East of Avenue Q, in the last 10 years, the birth rate has declined by 50%. 50% in 10 years. So when you have to factor in where you're going to send elementary school students, that's a huge impact. So I think this dashboard gives a very easy way for parents to be able to look and see and go, okay, here, let's get our neighbors, instead of going to the charter school down the street, to come and support our neighborhood school. It puts a lot of control into the hands of families to be cheerleaders for the schools that they know are great, because we have great schools in Lubbock ISD. So I think this is we overuse the word transparent, but I think it is a very clear and easy to read way to chart your own destiny in some ways by making sure your enrollment is up and all the things. So thank you for making this so easy to process.
Now, I want to verify also that what I heard you say on these 3 metrics: overall enrollment, facility utilization, per pupil spending. So it's not hit one and you're on the list. You have to be on all 3, correct?
That is correct. That is correct.
And then even once you're on all 3 of those, then there's other contextual considerations as
Right.
well.
Other factors that, as a board, you would consider as well, getting community feedback, just making sure that, we're looking at the whole picture. So we're looking at both qualitative and quantitative data.
And the only thing I would add is, this is internal to our community, but there are, external state things that will happen to us, that state funding and state mandates, and that kind of blow us around, all the ISDs around. So, this is just a roadmap. This isn't, the final answer of who, what, when, where. This is what future boards can look at to make these hard decisions in light of all the wins against us.
And I'm glad it's based on 3 years. That'll give us a very good way of looking at it over time.
And to reiterate, this particular framework does not include high schools right now.
Does not
I know
include high schools.
there's been some things in social media in the last couple of days about Lubbock high schools. This does not include high schools right now.
It does not.
Not include Estacado, correct?
That is correct. It does not include.
Just to be specific.
Does not include the Big E.
Ken, I want to thank you, and to those members that in the community who spoke today, and to those that may be speaking on social media, and everyone has a right to speak. And I'm a big fan of you being able to tell your story and ask your questions, and that's what this country is built on, and we must continue that. But I will say I'm somewhat dismayed and disappointed. This board sat here 13 months ago and publicly said we wanted a set of criteria for the public to understand thresholds that would be considered for school closures, consolidations. You know, we always try to spin it as a nice word. It's school closures, okay? And to, I think several colleagues have said, no one wants it in their neighborhood, right? No one does. I don't want it in my neighborhood. You don't want it in your neighborhood. And I respect that and understand that. And I know there's feelings from past events or closures. This board can only control what is transpiring now and what transpires in the future. We can't speak for a board 20 years ago or what the intentions were. But what I will say is this is for those that overuse the word transparency, and I really don't like it because a lot of people don't even know what it means when they say it. I like the word authentic. Authentic means you're telling it like it is. Transparency could be I'm telling it like I want you to think it is or the way I think it is. And so to those people that are worried about their elementary, their middle school, their high school, you have control in your hands. I think Ms. Chavez said it. I think Ms. Sharp said it. I think Mr. Wedeggy said it. You as the community are part of the problem and part of the solution. We have community members that live a few blocks from an elementary school who are choosing to go across town, whether it's east, west, north, I'm not getting into specifics. And we have that data and we see it. And so you are choosing with your feet what schools you want to be considered for closure. And so if I live by Honey Elementary, that's in my neighborhood, so I'm going to use it to not incite other people in other parts of the city. Honey Elementary was built for around 375 kids. Very small school, a neighborhood school that we did for decades, long before any of us were up here. And it's got roughly 425 kids because of some portables and some specialty programs. So it is incumbent on Honey parents who send their kids to Honey to ensure that they are telling the community, here's what my school does. Here's why my kids go there. Here's why you should go there. If you live in a community and you are not lifting up the school that's in your community, you're part of the problem. You are not part of the solution. And so I would ask you to be part of the solution with respect to let's brag about where our kids go, where our grandkids go, where our neighbors go, because we have a lot of great schools, whether it be on the east side, the north side, the south side, the west side. A lot of different things happen in different campuses, and they're each really unique and awesome, and we always get to congratulate kids that do things that I never had the chance to do when I was growing up, and I bet my colleagues share the same. And so I just want to reiterate, this is 13 months in the making. This board demanded in late November, early December of 2024 that a criteria be established that the community could see and it be out in front. And as Ms. Chavez said, this dashboard, you can't get any more authentic and transparent than that. And so I love the work that's been done. I love the effort that was made to engage the public. Like Mr. Wedeggy said, I'm disappointed that more of the public did not want to engage, especially given the heartfelt vibe back in the fall of 2024 when people were very passionate about their school, which I commend. We need that same kind of passion when we're making decisions because it's a lot of times it's too little too late when people want to get involved. And I don't know any other way that we can ask for involvement because I felt like we have missed the mark in the past. There's times where, I've missed the mark. On this project, I would tell you it was done extremely well. Ken, his team, Dr. Rollo, her team, I don't know what else we could have done to engage. But what I will tell you is, regardless of how many engaged, we had people from the community that were part of the solution. And I think we've got a darn good process to start with. Maybe that needle moves in the future with future boards, future decisions, future city demographics. But I believe that we have a product that the community can trust in and make decisions based on. And that includes our teachers, our staff, our principals, all the people that are affected. So I want to thank you, acknowledge the long process, the countless hours, and specifically Lane, that dashboard is awesome. and I think a fantastic tool for a lot of things outside of optimization.
Thank you.
I just have to say this one thing, as you got to talking about stuff, I just want to say that the coalition that was built at Dunbar, that is it right there, because you guys are doing great things out there, you guys are being engaged, and that's exactly what we need to see, because I see a lot of you that are in that committee, in the coalition. They had a luncheon today from the beginning to the very end, and I think, again, that's the direction we need to be. And that's exactly what my colleague just mentioned about, we need to be involved. When you come up and you talk to us, but then I don't see you at any meetings, that makes no sense to me either. So be out there like you're now, be engaged, do what you need to do for your school to keep it open. I'm taking that personal. Dunbar is gonna stay open, I'm gonna do whatever it takes, because I'm taking that personal, because it needs to stay open. Otherwise, we're not gonna have a high school. If we don't have any kids from middle school to move over, what's gonna happen? So we don't need that, so thanks for mentioning that.
Wanted to verify as we're going to entertain this motion in just a second. So we're voting to approve the framework to begin the work around reviewing this, right? We're not voting tonight on any type of closures, any type of decisions on any schools. Tonight, we are voting to approve this
To approve
work.
the framework,
Okay.
which will guide future decisions. And I've said publicly, and I'll say it again, there will be no schools closed at the end of this school year. We're not bringing any recommendation to you for closing schools at the end of this school year. So I'll say that again publicly. I do want to clarify just a couple of points. One, when we look at the per pupil spending district average, we have an elementary average, a middle school average, and a high school average, because that cost changes as you offer more electives and options for kids. And so I just wanted to make that clear.
Ken, when, as we talk about this, and as all of us have asked the community to be part of the solution, when is a fair date for the community to expect the dashboard to be live for last year's data? It's always trailing the community.
It is.
When's the first time you expect they could go on in that 30 days, 90 days?
I would say less than 30 days. We're looking at trying to push this out in February. We're doing some testing, making sure we're meeting with some different departments to make sure the data's accurate. Because again, we're pulling thousands of data pieces together. So we hope to have everything ready and up and running in a few weeks.
We met yesterday, Ken and I met with Elaine yesterday and walked through the live version. And I made a couple of suggestions for edits. For instance, we had pre-K through 5, or it had EE through 5, and I said, let's call it pre-K because that's what we call it.
yeah.
And then another thing Ken is doing is putting a list of any specialized programs that are offered on that campus, so he's verifying all of those as well. But yes, hopefully within the next 30 days it will be live. And I want to make one more point of clarity. This does not include the 3 new schools that were part of the 2025 bond election that passed. So those consolidations will happen regardless of this optimization framework. So that is Stewart and Williams into a new school, Wolforth and McWhorter into a new school, and Bean into a new school, which Bean is now the combined Hodges and Bean. So this does not involve, those are separate and apart from this framework. Those decisions have already been made.
Are you able to bring up the dashboard real quick again?
I can show you just the draft. I don't have the live version, but I can show
just
you
the draft.
this,
Sorry.
right.
So just to walk through where, I mean, I know you had it up, but now people have had a minute to digest it a little bit. You got your enrollment, top left there, shows current enrollment, and then on the page before that, so I guess that's kind of the landing page for if you're going to look at a dashboard. You've got the 3 criteria. So less than 70% utilization, the second one down, less than 450 students, the third one down, greater than 5% above average per pupil spending, and then you go to the next one, or the dashboard itself. So you've got the criteria, so then you can go look at the real measurements, and then there's state accountability. You can also, while you're at it, look at how that school is
And
graded.
that was based on feedback from the
And the enrollment numbers that we will pull for that current year, that will be updated in September. The middle of September, we looked at the third Friday in September, using that enrollment date as the kind of that enrollment for that current year.
Yeah. So in this case, 517 above 450, 95% utilized, obviously above 70, good accountability rating, and then 4.5% above the district average. So doesn't meet any of the criteria, but even if one or two of those were at or below or above, depending on the measurement, that criteria, if it's not 3 of 3, essentially the school isn't on the chopping block, so to speak.
Or on the list, correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. Yes,
I want to be careful with this example because it is McWhorter, and McWhorter and Wolforth are going to be combining for the new.
Okay, aside from that though, if we're looking at right, yeah, just based on the data. So to President Curry's point, I mean, very easy to read. Thanks, Wayne, for putting that together, and Ken for all your work. So, yeah.
We believe that that's where most people will land and stop in looking at the dashboard. But when you can actually dig in deeper and access even more information, such as the principal, how many years that principal's been there, the average tenure of teachers, how many teacher incentive allotment teachers are on that campus. So there's a lot more data that you can dig into.
That's wow.
So the
that's
public
great.
will have access to a lot of important information. Right. It's all public information, but we haven't had it easily
Not in the
accessible.
same spot, yeah.
Exactly. It was an uplift today to be over at Dunbar and see those parents, see people from central office being there. And I'm going to say thank you, Sandra, and all what was done. You know everybody who did what they did. Because we're needing that uplift as it comes to Dunbar. And that is one of my District 2 schools. Thank you, Lala, for making that comment that you made. Appreciate it.
My heart always has. We work close together, Sandra and I.
Yeah.
Again, Ken, can't thank you, your team, Dr. Rollo, your team enough, and to the community. Assuming this is approved here in just a second, we will effort to communicate this in every single method possible to whether you're a parent or community member, you know that it's live, and I would encourage you to share it with neighbors, friends, whether you have people in school or not. It's going to be a great tool and something that hopefully will help you as a community member or a parent engage in whatever school is important to you and your family. So,
thank you.
With that said, do I have a motion to approve the district optimization framework as presented?
Second.
I have a motion, a second. All those in favor, please indicate by show of hands. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. And I'm going to apologize in advance. There's a lot of reading. Moving on to the approval of 2026 general election items. The following items are presented for consideration and possible approval for the May 2nd, 2026 general election. First, approval to order a general election for the election of 2 trustee positions for places 3 and 4, and 1 at-large trustee position to be held on May 2nd, 2026. 2, approval of the notice of general election and order of general election for early voting and for election day. Number 3, approval of a resolution to conduct a joint election on May 2nd, 2026 with all cities and schools with territory inside Lubbock County that may require a May 2nd, 2026 election. Number 4, approval of the joint election contract with Lubbock County for 2026 elections. Number 5, approval to appoint Roxanne Stinson, elections administrator, to serve as the joint elections officer. Number 6, approval to appoint Roxanne Stinson, elections administrator, to serve as the joint early voting clerk. Number 7, approval to appoint the elections office located at 1308 Crickets Avenue as the main early voting polling place. Dr. Rollo.
Yes, I don't really have anything to add to that other than thanking Amanda and her team for working to put all of these documents together, to our attorneys for helping us with that as well. And I want to publicly thank Roxanne because she is retiring. And so this will be her last election with us, and we are grateful for her service.
Oh, God bless her. Any other comments? Do I have a collective motion to approve the election items for the May 2nd, 2026 general election as presented?
Moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by show of hands. Those opposed with the same like sign. Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to procurement and contracts, approval of district purchases. Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Rillo. Just to take a point of personal privilege and thank you for your service. Some of you have got to work with longer, and so I appreciate all of you. Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Has to say so this month.
Thank you guys for your service. So starting our district purchases, have two items for your consideration this evening. First is our video surveillance storage. As a part of our bond projects, safety and security was one of the features, and this is a step in that direction as it relates to our security camera storage. Keeping in mind that that equipment is about 10 years old, and so we obviously learned how to use it, learned how we can use it, and realizing that we need more storage space for retention purposes, faster access to things. You can see the description there, and excited to say to you that that is the first step in executing some of the bond work that our community so graciously approved. And then the second item is multi-campus walk-in coolers and freezers as we continue to monitor our kitchen equipment. This is using our food service funds you see the campuses listed there. I'm not going to call them out specifically, but these are walk-in coolers and freezers for those campuses. We did an RFP. We had 7 suppliers that responded, and we're going with this one as they represent the best interest of the district. So happy to answer questions.
The walker and coolers, that's not general revenue, that's out of food service, is that right?
That's
Okay.
correct, yes, ma'am. Food
I'm
service
learning
funds.
these budget codes still, but okay,
Yes,
good.
that's correct.
Kind of weedy on this question. What's the expected lifespan of a walk-in cooler? Any idea there? Just looking for the large.
Lori's
number.
here, so maybe she can help us with that. If you'll
Can
come
you
up,
to the
Lori.
mic? Yeah.
We have our in-house expert.
They don't last as long as they used to, unfortunately, but at least 10 to 15 years. And then we start having to put a lot of repair money into them.
Mhm.
And so that's part of the selection process and what campuses have had the most work orders, needed the most maintenance, or we lost product because the units went down.
Thank you.
Worse in really hot weather and extreme cold weather.
I didn't mean for you to have to come up and answer the question, Lori.
And
Thank you for doing that.
I do want to, while Lori's up here, when we made the decision, and messaging has gone out now, that we are not having school tomorrow just because of the weather and uncertainty and not wanting to risk students being on dangerous roads, we called Lori, late this afternoon, and she is making it happen. We can feed kids. So we're going to have meals at the 4 comprehensive high schools from 10 to 11. Is that correct? So families can go by and get a lunch. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Lori.
Thank you, Lori.
That's the one thing that keeps me up at night when making those decisions is I don't want kids to go hungry and I don't want kids to be unsupervised. So she took care of one of those for us.
We'll
So
deliver.
thank you.
We've done that every year.
Thank you.
I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Been going back to Jackson because you were talking about the freezers and all that good stuff. At that particular school at Jackson, you said that particular school, that freezer and whatnot was bought with federal money. So, okay, can you explain that to some of us that may or may not know about?
Sure.
What's
So
the difference here?
Sure. So food service funds typically are federal funds that we get. So we get reimbursed for meals that we provide kiddos. The federal government, TDA, Texas Department of Agriculture, provides us funds for that. And so when we, for example, as we are making decisions, these buildings that we have closed, we can't just give that equipment. That equipment has to be pulled out. And so Lori is working on pulling that equipment out of the facilities that we are in the process. And obviously, equipment has to be accounted for federally, and there's different accounting procedures for that versus what we have on that we purchase with 199 funds. It's a whole different process for purging that equipment. So we have to go through, and it's a more extensive process that we have to go through when we're talking about federal funds.
I knew it only because we faced it.
Right.
Do I have a collective motion to approve the district purchases as presented?
So moved.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by show of hands. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Moving on, approval of construction job order contracting delivery method and delegation of authority. Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Curry. So this is another standard item that you've seen in the past. It's asking for you all to delegate authority to Dr. Rollo for choosing criteria, relative weights, ranking, selection, or evaluation of bids, proposals, or qualifications for procuring construction services for the two projects that you see listed there. One is for asbestos abatement for the schools that are listed there, and then the other is once the abatement process is done, that we have the demolition and disposal of those facilities. So again, standard language, standard request for delegation of authority.
I think once again, during all the community meetings, we made a commitment that when we vacate a building, we are not going to leave those buildings to deteriorate. So thank you for moving on this so quickly so we can begin that process.
Right, and good point. This is the first step, and if this is approved, then we'll see something here in just a moment that will.
Sorry, I got my cart
No,
before
that's
my
okay.
horse, but
That's okay.
we appreciate this.
Yes, thank you.
Do I have a motion to approve delegating authority to the superintendent for choosing criteria, relative weights, ranking, selecting, and evaluation of proposals and approval of the use of construction job order contracting delivery method for the projects presented?
So moved.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by show of hands. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Approval of district construction purchases. Once again, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Curry. And so thank you for that approval. And based on that approval, we're going to ask for your approval for the actual costs. So this is the dollar figure. First is the delivery method, and now the approval for the expenditure for the asbestos abatement for those facilities. You see our recipient there, King Consultants, who we'll be going with, and then the construction consultants company for the demolition and disposal. Again, just to call out that these are both bond expenditures that we will be moving forward with. And this was discussed in greater detail in the Facilities Committee meeting.
The only comment I would make to follow up on Ms. Sharp's comment just a few minutes ago, for the community members like, hey, but there's a building that y'all got rid of 5 years ago that's still up and not torn down. Some of the buildings, because of how the land was provided to the district, reverted back to families. And then we've had a few over the years, two recently in my tenure, that we have sold, donated to organizations that wanted to keep the building. So Ms. Sharp's comments are extremely accurate for the ones that we have possession over and that don't either revert back or were transferred to other ownership.
Thanks. Good clarification.
Do I have a collective motion to approve the district construction purchases presented?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and second. All those in favor, please indicate by show of hands. Those opposed with same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to district-wide intruder detection audit report findings, Dr. Rollo.
Yes, so as you know, TEA requires an intrusion audit annually on every campus throughout the state once per year. And so we are just about halfway through all of our campuses in having audits. We are required by law to report publicly in a board meeting if we have a campus that was not in compliance with the intrusion audit requirements, and we did have one campus that did not meet that requirement since our last meeting. So this is my public statement for safety reasons. I will not share which campus, but I will share with you in executive session, but I can assure you that it has been taken care of. So, and thanks to Shane Anderson. Appreciate his monitoring of that and training and all of the things that he does around safety and security.
Okay, as Dr. Rollo mentioned, we do have need for an executive closed session, and to the audience, it will be quite a lengthy one. So if you don't have a hobby, feel free to stay around. If you do have a hobby, I would suggest taking it up. An executive closed session will be held under the provisions of Texas Government Code Chapter 551. It is 6:29 PM and we are adjourned to closed session.
tomorrow.
You have tomorrow off, right?
We just got all the
Okay,
food
everybody good?
organized.
Yes, sir.
Act serious for a second. Oh, I'm sorry, Lola. I'll wait till you. It is 9:12 p.m. and we are reconvened from executive closed session. Do we have any actions following closed session?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Mr. Ratliff?
I move that we extend the superintendent's contract 1 year until June 30, 2029, and authorize the board president to negotiate and execute the superintendent's contract.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by a show of hands. Those opposed with the same like sign. Motion carries 7-0. Next up is adjournment. It is 9:13 p.m. I can barely see that. And this meeting is now adjourned.
Okay.
Marianne, I love you.